Hello again. Hope everyone had a good dinner. It's time for more modding. Boy, second stream of the day. Let's go. We are sub 24 hours remaining on the timer. Oh boy. Okay. So we are slowly making progress on this mod. Oh, I should give a quick recap for everyone who wasn't here during the day. So I gotta sneeze. Oh my god. Hi, Ethan. Mods, woo, what's the mod? Sure. We fix that. Oh, you can fix that. Shh. No. If you make it go up, then the punishment wheel has to be rolled. We might risk not being able to stream Vintage Story. Okay. So the mod we're working on is a lunchbox that will, when you get hungry, instead of starving, you auto eat. Okay? From the lunchbox. And the lunchbox only stores food. So let me just get rid of some things that we don't need. So we have the behavior here for the lunchbox to use the food slot, right? This is the new inventory slot thing, and it determines whether food can go in or not, based off if the food item has satiety, saturation. If it's a meal container, so something like a bowl or a crock pot, and if it's raw, right? Because if it's in the feedback from Pal World, never play Pal World, but I'll say yes. There's a mod for it in Minecraft. I know that like Snacko has it. I found that pretty useful. So, yeah, that's what it does. It includes rot because if you have food in your lunchbox, it could rot. So we want to keep that in there. Thank you for following. So we've got that working. The next thing we had to figure out was, not the behavior, the item. So like when it gets added to your inventory, we want it to register to your hunger tick, right? Because that's important. We finally figured that out. We finally figured out where that happens. Power World is very fun if you like war crime Pokemon. I do not like war crime Pokemon, unfortunately. I heard when it came out that the crafting mechanics were really, really good. But I was like, I'm not interested in war crime Pokemon. So, I don't think it's the game for me. Oh, Pocky. So now that we have our hunger tree, or not our hunger tree, our hunger volume, right now we're checking if it's less than or equal to 15 saturation, which is pretty small. Not 0, because then you start taking damage. We are going to get the inventory of the lunchbox and auto eat and see if it works or not. Because apparently eating is like a multi-tick thing. So we'll see. So that's what we're going to do. We also have the option of making the recipe. And, what's the other thing? The model. Those are kind of the 3 things left. So, yeah. I did look into how the cloth works. So, we'll be able to have the cloth that you use to make the lunchbox wrap around it. Like the color to match. A horse grain sack. No, we're gonna make a nice picnic basket. So yeah. So just to show you what we have right now. And they eat oats. Oh, that thing. No. No. So, in my little creative world, you see these blue. We'll probably change the color. Because blue is for the mining bag, but sure. Yeah, so it's gonna complain. Yeah, it's saying eat. Eat, eat, eat. That's fine. So you can place it down and pick it up. You can put stuff in it. That's pretty much it. We got the filtering working and stuff. We're just at the eating part. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, I didn't start my timer. So, yeah. Let's start with, I think that the crock is going to be a little bit more difficult, like the containers and stuff. So let's start with getting also I fixed this. If the player entity is the same, we don't need to do this. I looked at it. This has a new allocation. And this deallocates, and it's like, it loops through it. So if it's really, really long, like, it could be very unperformant. So we just have a check here. If the entity is the same, no change needed. So that's fine. How long did this mod take to make? I started it yesterday. And yesterday was mostly screaming at the docs, going, well, how the heck do I do this? And then today we actually got progress done. So, how many hours am I into this? 10? 10 hours? All on stream. So, if you hear panting, that's Charlie. He's sleeping. Yes, so we are a lunchbox and we are an item. And an item should have, I think it's under collectible object. Let's see if we look for bag. Held bag. Here we go. Get collectible interface. This is what we want. So we want to get our collectible interface, and then we want to, what is it? Is empty? No. Let's see, what do we want? Is empty, get quantity slots. Amount of slots this bag provides. Item stack, bag stack. I don't know if we want that. I wonder if you can make tiers of cooking stove like clay, then bronze and iron. I mean, you could. You can mod that. Cast iron cooking wood stove? Maybe. Oh, yes, I have. I've seen one of those, yes. Okay. I don't know if this is what I want. because we know that we should be able to get this. Is empty. How do we get the item stack? Do you think it'd be like Vintage Story? Like you try not to break your immersion with mods. What's my opinion on mod as immersion? It depends. For Vintage Story, like what's the core part of the game, right? Vintage Story is very heavy on survival stuff, right? So if you added in something like fishing, but you could like summon fish out of water, that would probably be immersion breaking in the context of the game. Hi Grundle. But adding a mod that adds a fishing rod wouldn't break immersion, right? Because that's like a real thing, right? It's a survival thing. You know, technically a lunchbox that automatically you know, feeds you can be immersion breaking, but this is more of a quality of life thing in my opinion than you know, I would say it could be. I mean, if they come up with like a Jonas tech thing, because I haven't done the story yet, don't know too much, but I could just make it like a really late game like Jonas tech thing, depending on what the lore is for that, and modify it, you know, so like that's why it automatically feeds you. But it depends, right? But if like a cast iron cooking wood stove, that's a real thing. If you have to go through a lot of effort in order to make it and it cooks faster, then like, why not? That makes sense. It's real. You know, you should try adding a cart for better transportation of items. I think there's a mod for that. But yeah, there'd be a reason to make roads and stuff, right? If it made it easier to like bring carts around. Where on earth? How do you get what the item stack is? Like, item ID. And more culture foods, yeah. Like I'm still surprised the sandwich isn't in the base game, considering we got bread, we got meat, and we got vegetables. Sauces, right? Okay, I'm just looking to see where we can find this is most of the stream. is finding the thing I need. Does oxygen work for C#? Oxygen is cross-platform document generation that natively supports C#. Why are we doing this? I could write a whole paper on things they should do to improve their code base. Anyways, they're not paying me. Use the room system to make like Roman roads, a layer of gravel, big roads, and cobble. You know, like reprinted out of steel furnace, maybe. I don't know if it's possible, but I like the idea of you being able to make like chiseled furniture or something. And then you can buy and sell it in your world like a real item, you know? Planium. Modding isn't causing too much of a headache. I don't have a headache today. We're just trying to find the thing we need. I'm still up. What do you mean? It's 9 p.m. I left. I ate dinner. I hung out with the dogs because that's what, you know, that's why we go offline. And I'm here again. But yeah, I think mods are up to you. Honestly, they're optional, right? I think for Vintage Story, the mods where they add more realism is perfectly in scope for the game. I've seen some mods that I think add dragons and stuff, and I don't know about that. But, you know, if you wanted to do, like, you know, why not? If that's in world, like, if you want to do a fantasy world in Vintage Story and there just happens to be dragons, why not, you know? They're shivers. You made chairs already? How hard is it to make mobs in Vintage Story? I think that would be on the harder side. I think it would be easier if you wanted to, like, make a new cloth texture pattern or something. Or, like, something like that. Transaction flags. Item damage killer. Collectible interface. Contents. Item stack. Okay, so where's item stack coming from? In slot dot item stack. I see. The world a slot. Okay, so we might have to cache that. The collectible interface dot get contents. The bag stack. So we do have world, right? Then the bag stack would be what? Slot dot item stack. Over contents. And then we'll just log and see what we get. Your dreams of an alpaca mod are far away. Well, it depends. Like if you take the existing like goat mod, for example, and then you 3D model it with the modeling program and texture it and everything, you could make it. If you just want to copy behavior, right? New here. Do I have rules about asking, comparing games? No. Shoot. I have common sense rules. Any additional rules are in the rules FAQ link thing. What's contents? Okay, so we got an item stack of 4. The item stack is code, the lunchbox, that's papyrus. Okay. Contents, all null. Okay, that's fine. That is expected. Let's continue. Oh, it's gonna keep. Yeah. Okay. Let's grab can we let's grab like 13 and like 16. And then we do, what is it, player entity activity 0.1. Okay, now I'm not starving anymore. Oh, interesting. Okay, anyways, if we put 2 blueberries, 1 of 13 and 1 of 16, all right, I'm gonna put a breakpoint. What are we at? 37. Okay, so if we do this again, but we set it to here, we get a hit. What is 64 item code game fruit blueberry 13, 16 cranberry. Okay, that's what we wanted. So my question is, what is the order if we take this out and put this one in? Okay, we should get 2 hits here. We got 1 for null. And then we hit blueberry. And we hit null again. Okay. If we swap it around, what order do we get hits in? Null first. Blueberry, null, blueberry, null, blueberry. Okay. So it is coming up. That's good. The dev should add electricity next. It would be very cool. I wonder. I feel like instead of electricity, but that would be interesting. Like, because then you could do stuff with that. I'm just not sure how that would work. Have I seen Hightail's model importer tool they teased recently and make modding and things so easily? No, I haven't. But Vintage Story does have a model maker already, which automatically generates their this type of thing for you. Rotational energy like Minecraft create. Well, I think that's what they're adding next. Like a water wheel. Oh my god. My dog's on the other side of the room. He stinks. He stinks so bad. Old man. Old man is stinky. Oh. That clock is suspiciously under 24 hours. Shh. No. Away with you. Away. I'm afraid you guys are gonna make me do another punishment wheel and we're gonna get no vintage story. I mean, yeah. Okay. So we get the contents. Slot may be null here. If player entity equals null, or slot equals null, or world. Again, it shouldn't happen, but contents. Okay, so we're gonna get the contents. Does get contents is always an array, but this is one of those things. C# does it do a for auto I in whatever, like does this work? Oh, it's for each item in contents. Okay. Well, that's an item stack. Okay. Okay, and then what we're going to want to do is I don't think I need this one in particular. I think I can just do I held bag. Yeah, that's better. So for each item in contents, we're going to okay, get inventory done. Get item slot order. It's already in order. If item dot, where is it? We have it here. Food item, right? And this is collectible. So if it has that, right? If not, continue. Cool. So if item has, then try eat. If croc, we'll have to do that here. And we can temporarily comment that out. That's fine. One step closer to nuclear reactors. Yeah. The funny thing, there was this TikTok going around that was like, humans have just created more advanced ways to boil water. What if instead of electricity, we just make huge boiler? Steampunk energy. We boil. So can we do try eat begin? Where does that live? Again, I'm trying to slot by entity hand. So can we just try eat begin. The entity is obviously the player entity, right? Try eat begin is enum handling. How do we want to do? Uses engine default behavior, which is the play and attack animation. Do not play any default first-person attack animation, but do block-breaking damage entities if in range. Do play first-person attack animation. Do not play any... Don't break blocks in range or damage entities in range. We'll call this step and stop. Will not call. I think we want eat sound is eat. Eat sound repeat. Okay. So I think we'd want to do what is this BH handling thing? Oh, is it hard to test when destroying mods? In what way? Holly, what do you want? I'm trying to stream. What? I played with you earlier. What? I let you up before stream started too. What do you want? What? What? Where's Wendy out? What? I don't know where she is. What? Do you have to go out? No. You want your mousey? Yeah, that her tail's wagging. No, I'm not gonna play with you. She rolled over on her back. Yes, hi. Where's your mousey? The stream hasn't heard you growl for a long time. Where's your mousey? Where's your mousey? Where's your mousey? She's gonna go get it. She's going in the other room. Where's your mousey? She's going. Okay. I mean, it depends on the difficulty of the mod, right? For testing. I do wonder, like, I feel like this is easy enough to, like, unit test? I don't know what's going on. Wow, you got your mousey. Good job. Here, you want to give it to me? She's like, no, I want to chew on it. Yeah, that's messy. You wanna share? You wanna take it? No. No take, only throw. Okay, well, she's chewing on it. Okay, let's see. We'll let her be. What is this in the context of collectible? The action will not called on the server. Oh, well, we absolutely want this set on the server, so... Prevent default action. Do play. Don't break blocks damage entities. Okay, prevent default action. Maybe we just do that. That's oh, vintage story API common entities dot entity to vintage story API common entity agent. Hi Holly. Yes. Do you want me to throw it? Do you want me to throw it? You have to. Come on. Okay. Okay, she's cheering on it. Whatever. Tries to eat the contents in the slot first call. So would we not want like this? I see. Okay, so try eat begin. We want the slot. I don't think this is the slot that we want, right? Trying to figure out how this works. On held interact. Okay, so we get like a collectible. What goes on in try eat begin? What are we doing here? Get nutrition properties, start animation, eat. Oh, she just wanted to chew on her mouse. She's chilling out now. Okay, well. Tries to eat the contents in the slot. But this slot refers to the inventory slot, but we want the slot inside that refers to the item stack, right? And the item stack can we get the collectible interface? Item slot bag content. Get or create slots. Store. Clear. It's like we could get the slots, but we get the You just accidentally crashed your idle clicker game? No. Pour one out for the clicker game. Not the clicker game. Backpack. In string attribute slots. So each item stack is a slot. If we get or create the slots. Maybe we use this one instead. It's so strange. Like, I can get the content, but the content doesn't have an inventory slot, but this one does have a slot. Right? That's so strange. Use an in-game power ability that affects the rate of time and it just died. No, I hope you recover. What is the difference between this subathon and normal stream? Doesn't the stream rule occasionally go offline for sleepless was invalidated as a subathon? Because the timer only ticks down when I'm live, right? So I can't stream 24/7. I literally can't. Right? So it's still a subathon. It's just when I'm offline, the timer's not ticking down. And I'm trying to be online as much as possible. It's just like, you know, because I've been streaming every day, what, for like 10 plus hours, 12 hours since Saturday. But like, I'm only offline for, you know, yeah. No, it's fine. I understand. It's, like, bigger streamers, when they're offline, they can, like, that sleeps on stream. Yeah. Like, I wouldn't be able to sleep on stream, but the other thing is, like, I have dogs, right? And they're elderly. So they don't understand what a subathon is, right? They have their routine, and I have to stick to their routine. Otherwise, they're very unhappy, right? And that does mean, like, I have to be offline to do their routine for them. Because otherwise, the stream's just going, and I'm not here. And so the amount donated, right? Like, the timer would just tick down. I'm not here most of the time. And I don't have, like, I mean, I do have, like, hours and hours of VODs that I can replay that we can, like, I can have on while I'm, like, away, but I don't think that's, the community is not big enough to support something like that, you know? Where, you know, if you donated $20, you wouldn't want me to just, like, peace out, you know? So it's one of those, let's be respectful here. So I will be live for the time that's on the timer, but the timer pauses when I have to go offline and deal with stuff, and, you know, like, I had physio today. I had to peace out for that. Oh.
At Rasmus says you tipped 251 Danish kroner. Here's $40 to keep the timer going then.
Oh no, we're back to 1 day. Thank you. I have to roll the punishment wheel. Okay, let me roll the punishment. Wait. Let me see. Okay, where's the punishment wheel? I have to roll the punishment wheel. Let's hope it's not. Don't play vintage story. The no vintage story. No. Oh man, if it's hot sauce again, I'll die. Where's my wheel? Open. Oh, that's right. I'm incognito. I have to log in again. Yes, Holly. Alright, Subathon punishments. Here we go. Let me get this on the screen. Here we go. Also, Holly is upset with me. Yes, hi. Yes, that's your mercy. Yes. Do you want me to throw it? Wait. I'm gonna go look. Well, at least it's not hot sauce or an oven dish. Okay, let me note that down. Do you guys want me to do it now or later? 5 sit-ups. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Let me reset the screen. What is Charlie doing? Oh, Charlie wants out. Okay, wait. I'll do sit-ups. I'll do sit-ups when I'm back from letting the dog out. For now, thank you very much for the incoming suffering. Code. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I've been attempting to mod that. I've been wanting to create a new mob called Amalgam. Bunch of corrupted villagers merged in one mob. It's terrifying. All right, I'm back. Let me get on the floor for sit-ups. Yay. Yay, sit-ups. Holly, you're in the way. Here's your toy. Yeah, go play with that. Okay. Get down. Please don't. You know, I did this the other day, and Holly jumped on me while I was doing it. So, I'm surprised the tracking kind of works when I'm on the floor. All right. 5 sit-ups. Let me do it the way the physio told me to do it. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Hi, Holly. Yeah. Please don't jump on me. Okay. If I got $40 to do 5 sit-ups, you'd be ripped. Well, the thing is, I'm only supposed to do 10 a day. So, that's why I have it set to 5, because, you know, worst case, that thing goes off multiple times, and I have to do a bunch of them, and it's like, okay, well, I'll do it 5 at a time, and then we're good. Push-ups? I'm not allowed to do push-ups. I'm banned still. Alright. The physio said my spine's getting better, though. I saw him this morning. That's good. But he said that I'm like ultra shrimping because of the whole braces, neck, shoulder problem. So that's fun. But yeah, no, he said like my pelvis is getting better and stuff. So maybe I can do more sit-ups in the future. But yeah, we're getting there. Oh God, I can't believe we're over a day again. Yeah, you know what he has me do instead of push-ups? He has me lay flat on my stomach with like my head down to the side, and then he has me get into the push-up position with my arms raised with my shoulders like a W. And he's like, yeah, hold that for as long as humanly possible. That's what I have to do. He's like, yeah, just put on a TV show and watch. And I'm like, how on earth are you supposed to watch TV from this position? Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait. Uh-oh. Planking? I'm not allowed to plank either. Oh my. Who did that? Thank you, bully. Oh my God, we're so close to me having to roll the punishment wheel again. Oh no. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah. I think we should double my sub goals. That'd be funny. How much do you need for that? Why is the dog barking? Give me a second. The PNG. I'm gonna go figure out why he's barking. I'm back. Oh. Oh, thank you, Elaine, for the daily sub for the subathon. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh God, we really are like 25 points away. It's terrifying. Why can't you see what Lord Bully? Yeah, you have to go to live chat. I don't understand what the difference is between top and live chat, but yeah. Okay. Dog just didn't know where I was, so he was calling for me. Because he's deaf, right? So he, if he doesn't know where I am, he just scream. Okay. I should double my sub goals. Oh my God. I don't know if I can do that. 25 points is just $6. Uh-oh. Now let's in here. Do you want to risk the no vintage story? What Top Chat does? I don't either. I don't know why they have the swap. I can understand like members only chat and like everyone, right? So you could see what members are saying and you could see what literally everyone else is saying, but like, or like mods or like, like VIPs and stuff. I can understand dividing it up based on that. I don't understand what the difference is between top and live. Okay. Right, we were going over here. Can I just get... Maybe I just get the slots? The only thing is that it, like... We need the item stack, the inventory base, the bag ID, and the world. Some messages such as potential spam may not be visible. Maybe YouTube took your donation as spam, or the AI just borked. I think it's just borked. YouTube, yeah, YouTube does, like... YouTube also auto mods like crazy. And I don't even get to see it on this side. I have to like go over to YouTube and look at what it's doing. You are the lord of all bullies. Perhaps thinks it literally assumes messages you post are spam bullying. Maybe. All contents of the bag. Okay, so does an item stack also have slot information, or does slot information exist in the item stack? I feel like the slots have the item stack. So I feel like we just create a new helper. List .to array. Yeah, like get contents is just okay, so we'll just we're gonna go over here to get or create slots. Let's just get slots. So we have the list. Storage flags, quantity slots, attributes backpack. If it is null, then it creates it. We don't need that. Actually, if it is null, let's just return list. It's fine. There's another user in Top Chat with in his username had his messages shown. Really? Oh, yes, that's true. Yes, I saw that earlier. All this weirdness around YouTube moderation scares me off. That's fair. Yeah, you'd think it'd be straightforward, to be honest, but someone who wants to maintain their job changes it constantly. So why do we have to do this when it's so strange. Have I been following drama around the whole AI thing about people getting their channels banned due to family members' accounts having been banned? I haven't even heard about that. Ooh, that sounds rough. YouTube's always been pretty bad with stuff like that. Wait a second. So get or create slots. That is the bag stack. Can we do slot? Sorry. Inventory. Slot.inventory. Bag index. The unique number of this item dynamically assigned by the game. Bag index. Where is this used? Reload inventory bag. How are you supposed to get what index it belongs to? Because I have the world. Nope. Is it? No? Does the inventory have information on its... I guess it doesn't. Program live. You performance anxiety with a single person looking over my shoulder when you program. It's very easy when you don't have someone staring at you. I mean, I'm like second to third to fourth monitor content. Let's be real. I'm on in the background. I'm chattering away. But like at interviews, when people are like watching me do stuff, I'm like, I don't enjoy this at all. I would rather you watch a video recording of me where I don't have to like, because the thing is that when you're coding like job interviews, yeah, when you do like coding interviews and they're like watching you, it's so unnerving because they don't say anything and they're just watching. And it's just panic inducing. I hate it. Yes, we have the inventory and the storage type, but I don't know. I have the bag and I have the contents of the bag, but I don't have the slot of the bag. I need the bag index, and the bag index is passed in, and it's from reloading. Oh. Feels like a lot of dead air for interview. Yeah, it's supposed to be more of a peer programming thing where like you're given like a fairly simple task and you need to like talk through what you're doing and why. And that's why you do a simple one, because talking through something takes a whole lot more time than just doing it. But instead what they do for a lot of companies is that they have someone sitting there watching you do it. And they're not providing anything. And when you're sitting there and you're going, I've never seen this in my life before. They just go, okay, we can end the interview. And you're like, what? What did I say? What did I do? You know? You leave the interview. They can either give the task to complete, then explain the code afterwards, or they can find someone else. Yeah. I wish I could do that, but I was unemployed last year, so. Oh, boy. The technical officer asked me a very general program. If you have a bunch of brackets, how would you pair them up in a loop? Oh, no programming, just asking your thoughts on it? Oh, yeah. My current job, they asked me some questions about, like, how do you do a bitwise operator? I'm like, oh, that's the shifty bit, boy. I'm like, honestly, I've never used them. I just know that's what you use. But But I answered like immediately, and they were like, "Oh, okay, well, that's fine." It's much better when you're being interviewed by like people who have flexibility. You know, they weren't looking to gauge your abilities; they just want to see how I'd approach it and if I was willing to learn. Yep. Yep. Yeah, those are the better ones. Or like, I've had interviews where it's like, make a function that, so this was my last job. I apparently finished the test like fastest, and I did everything fine. But the first two questions were like basic C++ questions, and I remember asking afterwards, I was like, why did we have basic C++ questions? And they were like, oh, you'd be surprised. It filters so many people. They'll say they're like excellent at C++ and we'll send this to them and they won't be able to do anything. And I was like, what? It was literally like, here's a class with a function already defined for you. Fill in the function. It should do like A plus B equals C. Like that was it. And I was like, huh? And they were like, yeah, you'd be surprised. Most people can't do that. I was like, what? You know, I found a surefire way to get a job is to get a job as a programmer or support person. Every job I've ever had last 6 years had a need for a support person with technical knowledge. I did try that, but they asked me to do hexadecimal addition in my interview, and I was like, sir, there's a calculator for this. I literally do not have to do this. Or like, they asked me to do like multiplication with bytes, and I was like, I literally don't do this ever. Why on earth are you asking me this? Anyways, got storage flags, quantity flags. You create the slot. Bag contents of slot index is slot. Where does the slot go? Why do we need a slot? To eat. Like, it gets the item stack, but why can't I just pass an item stack? Bag index. I have no idea what the bag index is. Hello, Paul. Hello, Paul on YouTube as well. Investigating bugs and fixing them, or if you can't fix them, find the cause and elevate it to a developer. You're currently a customer engineer and a dog. Ah, that type of support. Yeah. They usually, at least historically speaking, they don't just hire for that. You have to be a transfer for that because you need to know the product in order to do that. Find bugs and fix them or send them to our tech lead if you can't fix them. Yes. Because most people I know who work support were all previously devs and then they moved over. Also doesn't like player entity. Backpack inventory owner is an entity, but it's not an entity agent. Is that because I need to do player? Is I player? Like it has a entity. Entity player. Entity player, is that an entity humanoid, which is a entity agent? So maybe I should do entity player. Okay. So that'll solve that problem. Where does that make sense? You got hired for your current job or previous job by pressing you and you're doing that work? Just like the guy already doing that job. I see. Yeah, no. It's hard to find stuff right now, regardless of how much experience you have. There was a job I went to. There were a couple jobs like this. I applied to a job. It said it was C++, and I was like, great, apply. They scheduled an interview with me. I went to the interview, and they said, so, do you do Ruby on Rails? And I'm like, no. Is this not a C++ job? And they were like, I'm sorry for wasting your time. And they went to go chew out HR for scheduling the interview. There was another job that had the job listed as C# or C++. And I went to the interview and I did everything and they were going to hire me. And then they said, hey, actually on second thought, this is a C# only role. So we can't hire you. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, how different do you really think C# is from C++? If I know Java and I know C++ and I know C, like, do you not think that I would know? I mean, I am struggling right now with this different. Like, give me a month, You know C++ experience, but there's a lot of software that uses it, so I'm starting to think about picking it up. Yeah, a lot of jobs were like that. It drives me mad. Yeah. It's just like I'm at the point in my career where it's like, is this language similar to this language but has this attribute? This is the syntax. Got it. Give me a bit. I'll be proficient soon enough. Knowing how to do C++, really just like working with it. Garbage collection is a godsend. Yeah, but being able to manipulate memory directly is really useful. I love my pointers to references. I was banned from doing fancy memory shit because no one could understand it. I've also broken a compiler. And doing templates, so You ever break GCC? So yeah. Goodness. Okay. So I've got the stack. I've got the inventory. I need the bag index. What on earth? Like, I can get the contents without that. Do I really need... Can I just make a slot? second. Can I just make a slot? Let me just comment this out. Let's, if we go in here, okay, and we run it, does it tell me what index it is? If you know how to do it well, you can get so much more performance out of C++, but you also wreck a ton of stuff. Your technical officer would love me. Maybe someday I go over. I did consider, I was like looking at jobs and I was like, oh God, there's so many C++ jobs in Europe. And for a split second, I was like, maybe I should just move to Europe. And then I'm like, no, you fool. You're good in Canada. Also, like, I was like, you moved to Australia and hated it. You're gonna hate it. You considered moving an hour away from where you are now and you hated it. You can't move to Europe. It's not gonna happen. Of pointers without compromising memory efficiency. Where Greenland is accidentally invaded. Pretty sure they'll close the borders once that happens. Well, that wouldn't be very wise now, would it? I really doubt that any sort of military, you know, I really doubt anything's gonna happen. Alright. So, this dot slot is a item slot backpack, okay. Its inventory is a player backpack, right? We know that. But we live in silly times, yeah. No, thank you. Incompetence has a confounding ability to surprise the competent. Yes, but with how our militaries are set up, I strongly feel like anything would fail immediately. Let's put it that way. Base weight, class name is backpack, dirty slots, instant ID. Last change, open non-public members, okay. Does it have a... So the slot, we have an inventory. We have the item stack, which is obviously our lunchbox. But do we have a backpack? Like, we know that the inventory is a backpack. Put locked, remove on closed, take locked, bag inventory, bag slots. Okay. So we can get the bag slots and then we can... That's so inefficient. Let's just load in. Modding vintage story? Oh yeah. Am I putting dinos in? No. What can you use XP for? Do you get to level up? What does this mean, YouTube? It's just score points. Yeah, I don't understand YouTube's XP thing either. It doesn't make any sense to me. I've only ever heard streamers complain about it. Yeah, I'd rather have channel points on YouTube. Thank you. I'd rather not have to consider making my own for cross compatibility. One of the things I want to do in the new year is, I mean, I already did the chat box and we found some bugs with it that I made, so that it'll actually be multi-stream, but like I do want to fix, like there's a bunch of alerts and stuff that don't go off from YouTube because YouTube doesn't have channel points and they're linked to channel points, and it's like, you know. What a dragon. I already talked about how dragons are unrealistic. Uh-oh. Okay, so when we hit this, we'll just continue. Okay, we'll put it here. In this slot, you can't see it. I'm just going through the item here. In the inventory, that's backpack. The bag slots, lunchbox, empty item slot, backpack. Okay, so I can get the bag slot by going through the inventory and getting the slot. Okay. That's on the inventory, that's on bag slots. Gross. Okay. Feverstone, there's wyverns in that, and there's another mod with just dragons. Yeah, I think it already exists. Dragons are not unrealistic. You don't know that. Can we have dinosaurs as dragons? But they're, instead of looking like a dinosaur, they're a big chicken. One sore point for me about the YouTube API is the inability to access chat replays from VODs with the official API. Ah. Why would you want to do that? Out of curiosity. One thing about YouTube is that the reason why icons don't show up in the new chat box is because YouTube doesn't provide that information in their API. So when you do like custom emojis, like it just doesn't show up, which is annoying. So this one gives us our inventory. Okay. So we can save the slot. Now down here, the bag slot, right? So we can do the inventory is slot dot inventory, right? And if we do inventory dot bag slots, I think it has to be a backpack. Yeah. I might just put it up here, actually. We'll just calculate it up here. Because when we modify the inventory slot, it'll recalculate which one it is. So private bag int bag index is equal to 0. So what we'll do is the backpack inventory, where is it? Bag slots. Can I get the bag slots? Or is that private? That's lovely. You want to extract chat sentiment and automatically suggest clip timestamps. Oh, I see. You could record it to a file and then do it afterwards with the timestamps and stuff like JSON. So you do it at runtime and then do it afterwards. That could be an option. Hi Mal. How you doing? You'd like to modify the time with donation? I mean, that's because I mean you can do it tomorrow if you want, I guess. You'd rather use it to improve the discoverability of small streamers. Ah, I see. Clips are definitely good for that. That's how Pirate Software got discovered. He played the algorithm hard. Yeah. Well, part of the subathon is like I need to get an editor to do VOD scrubbing for me. I actually have a clip command, so if you do like !clip, chat can add a clip marker in my recording, and so when I go back to edit a VOD, it does that. I'm recording with that, so the VOD will have timestamps in it, or sorry, what's it called? Markers. So you can do that. This is maintained by Google. I see. But yeah. Yeah, VOD scrubbing is, I was talking about that because I commissioned a couple people to VOD scrub to see, like, does it actually help? What does this do? It gives me an item slot? No. Inventory base player. Bag slots, bag inventory. Account. What does activate slot do? Oh, I see. When a player's clicked on it. That's not what I want. From other sorts of VTubers, or say something political, that'll cause a lot of engagement. Yeah. VOD scrubbing is hard because, like... So, VOD scrubbing, for anyone who doesn't know, that's when you take the VOD and you go through it and you just mark down interesting timestamps. Okay. And that's where most of the effort is. I mean, like, well, actually, it kind of depends. Like, if you go through my shorts, my shorts are on the low effort side because I feel like I don't like... It works, okay, to be fair, it works. But I don't like misrepresenting the vibe of the streams through the shorts. You know, because the thing with, like, clips is that you only get, like, I don't know, let's say a minute, right? And it could be a very high action oriented clip, and then the rest of the stream is like very mellow, right? And it's great as a clip because then people are like, oh, that seems like fun, I want to hang out there. And then you come into the chat and it's just like, it's not at all what you expected. And I don't like that as a viewer, right? So I try to keep my clips that I edit to like be more better representation of the stream and what I talk about, and stuff like that. And a lot of the time when you make those clips, like it could be a 15 seconds, every second is 1 minute of editing. Just keep that in mind. So when you have like a 1 minute clip, that could be an hour of editing. That's how you should budget it. Oh my. Super deluxe back library raid. Hello raiders. How are you guys doing? Who raid? This isn't telling me who's raided. Where's YouTube? YouTube doesn't tell me who's rated me. That's lovely. Whomst. Thank you. Oh, here we go. Madamus back library. Thank you for rating. Hello, raiders. 5 seconds at the top. Yeah, I know. It's just me. The notices from YouTube are very, very delayed for some reason. Is raid on YouTube? There sure is. Hello, guys. How are you doing? What were you guys up to? We're working on a mod. I'm talking about VOD scrubbing right now as I stare at the API and try to figure out how to get a bag slot. Oh, also we're doing this Subathon. Could him in this, but Germ is actually an excellent case study. He's very mellow in his streams, but his clips show him as an insane person. I mean, to be fair, when you're being a little silly guy, that's I think I heard people complain about Northern Lion as well. Like his clips will be like bang, 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 witty thing, and you go to the stream and he's pretty chill. So, I feel like the more hyped marketing stuff, obviously it gets people's attention. Obviously it works. But I feel like in the long run, it doesn't really work out. Like for Pirate Software, just because we brought him up earlier, I actually did go to his streams a couple times because I was like, okay, he has these shorts where he's talking about things, and yes, it's very basic information, but like he's a game maker dev and I've never heard of him before. Let me go see his game maker streams. And I get there and there's not really any coding going on, right? And I'm just sort of like, okay, let me hang out. Maybe I came in at a bad time. So I popped in every so often over the course of like a week when he said he was doing software and game dev. And I never saw any coding whatsoever. And so I was like, okay, well, I don't know what he's doing. I'm not interested anymore type of situation, right? Like at least as far as watching the streams. So, that's a case of where marketing doesn't really, work out. So that's why I want to make sure that like the shorts are appropriate for the stream vibe. But, it does mean that like, a lot of VTuber clips are very high energy and they're all zoomy and they're all this and that. And then I've seen some editors actually showed the before and after, and I've watched how they've edited it. And I'm like, that is so much effort. Like, I understand why you're paying, like why the cost per short is so high. Cause I was like, why is it so high? It only takes like 15 minutes. I understand why it's so high. But I do not want my content edited that way, and I cannot find anyone to edit it that way. So, VOD scrubbing, please. Find the good moments. And I'm working my way through auditing some people. But one person I've already ruled out as not very good, and the other person, they're okay. rubbed me the wrong way. At first, he thought his clips were insightful, but more and more it seemed like dime store wisdom stuff. Clip. Clip. Clipping my speech about it. Well, it's a exclamation point clip. I think it works. Clip gang best claim. Oh yeah. Get your clips in. See, I think it's like this clip. Yep. Lip. Yep. And that will make a marker in the VOD, and then I can go back and look at it. But yeah. There's a few other things that will trigger, like, the marker, but they're like, I don't want to tell you guys because then they'll spam it. Oh no, I rated Ayers and Ayers rated me. Hello, Raiders. I sent y'all over there earlier. I know you're back. We're back. Welcome back. I hope you had a good stream. It's a vicious cycle. It is. Especially doing a subathon like this. You know? You can't get rid of us. And I see. Thank you for following. Yeah, we were just talking about clips and stuff. I'm yelling at the API because it's kind of silly. I'm trying to figure out how to make a slot from an inventory. It's not available. Boy. Now I gotta stay on to Earth streams again next year. Wait, next year. Well, technically the subathon's going until next year, but yeah. My model's adorable, thank you. I finished projects? Yes, kind of. Uh-oh.
At Rasmus says you tipped 150 Danish kroner. Clip.
Thank you. No, I have to run I have to do the punishment wheel. No. Okay, welcome guys. Welcome to the punishment wheel. I haven't gotten any work done. Goodness. Okay. Find something else to do if it hits no vintage story. Technically, we're not doing vintage story. Technically, we are not doing vintage story right now. Hey, where is it? This one? Yes. Oh, please don't be hot sauce. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die with hot sauce. Okay. Does he trust my programming abilities? Okay. Okay, ready? I get to do 5 more sit-ups, guys. Okay, well. They're good for you? Well. Anything but game dev. Well. We're technically doing game dev. Dude, the hot sauce was so bad. If you want to see it, you can watch the VOD from the first day at the end. Ooh. You're gonna get dinner. Thank you for rating. Okay, Raiders, I'm gonna do push-ups. You can look at code while I do that. Thanks, Raz, for the the super chat. Push-up gang. I can't. I'm banned. I'm banned from push-ups. Happy upping. Yeah. All right, sit up time. Let's go. I'm gonna get on the floor. Hopefully, again, the dog doesn't jump on me like yesterday. All right. All right. Okay. So, oh, she's up. Holly, please don't jump on me. Okay. Well. All right. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I'm just gonna stay down here now. Okay. I need to try out Bulldog spicy chicken sauce, the carbonara version. I did try out Bulldog noodles when they came out, pre-braces. But that's spicy shit, man. So make me do 5 more. No! No! No more. No more. You put it on everything? I could do 5 more just for fun. No. Okay, cool deals. See, the thing is, I have to do like a modify. Well, okay, so because I have like a issue with my pelvis, if I don't do sit-ups with my arms crossed over my chest and one leg up and one leg down, this is what my physio said, that I'm not doing a real sit-up. Instead, my pelvis is just like tilting. So I have to do it in a very specific way. So it's extra. Why is there a smiley in the middle of the message on the screen? Good question. Who knows? I love physical exertion. Don't close your eyes. Don't look at that. There is nothing wrong with my chat box. Absolutely nothing. I love physical exertion. Yeah, I painted 2 bathrooms the other week. I told my physio today. He's like, so what have you been up to? And I'm like, well, I went on vacation. He's like, I'm like, I painted 2 bathrooms. And he's like, okay. I'm like, and then I went and I flew. And he's like, okay. And I'm like, and then I walked around Toronto and, another city, a lot. And he's like, okay. And I'm like, my braces got tightened. And he's like, anything else? And I'm like, no, I think that's it. What is Joel? 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 Yeah, so I get my physio an aneurysm today. It's okay. Okay. Fish. He's meant to spin. Oh, fish. Oh, the fish that spins. That's named Joel. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I got you. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't happen here. Sorry, guys. Okay, I need to figure out the API here. Okay. We need the backpack slot. Apparently, we can't get it from the inventory because it's protected. For some reason. Reload bag inventory. Bag slots 2 array. Try load inventory. Bag slots is new list of bag slot. Bag slot. Is the slot index? So get or create slots. Give me a second. The bag index. Not this one, not that one. The bag index is what is the bag index used for? Can I just put in whatever? Let's just try putting in whatever. Honestly, I don't know if it's important. So let's do get or create slots. The item stack, the bag index is 0 in the world. No, expose it? Can you patch it? Is in the backpack slot? I already know that it's in the backpack slot. It's just that this API get or create slots, I need to get the slots. I can get the contents of the slots, but I need the slots itself for some reason. Right. So we need the bag index for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know how you get the bag index because I have the bag inventory, but I can't get the index of the slot in the inventory. So, you know, that's great. Return the backpack slot of an item. The problem is that I can't modify this class. This is in the core. I can't modify it. So let's just try. Has my leg healed yet? Which leg for what injury? Which leg for what injury? All right. Let's just see what we get here. Let's see if it's important or not. Okay. Food slot, food slot, food slot. The inventory is player backpacks. Huh. You try to help, but you don't want to download the code example, nor do you want to turn on your brain. That's fine. Is get or collect create slots supposed to be for the... Okay, wait, we'll just hit continue. And we'll hit continue again because it comes here. Yeah. Look, I'll be loud. One sec. Okay. So the collectible interface is a lunchbox. Our contents is a food slot with a backpack inventory. Interesting. So I think I'm understanding this function wrong. Loop over them, see what is returned. Yeah, so if I do this is the annoying stuff, get contents. If I get the contents of the bag, okay. This here, it gives me a list of item stacks. So I know what the items are. But I can't get the slots for the bag, you know? So I can get the content of the slots, but I can't get the slots itself. But it doesn't return the slots. It tells me what is in the slots. And in order to eat what's in the slots, I need to know what the slot is so that I can get the content of the slot. Like this is literally what the problem is that this try eat begin requires this. Maybe I just as big as the inventory. That's not the problem. So this try eat begin, okay? This is what we want to call. And we want to call it with the item, right? Right? The item is gotten from the slot, okay? So we need a slot to get the item. We have our inventory, right? This right here. We can get the item in the slot, but we can't get the slot. So the function needs the slot, right? But we can only get, so the function needs the slot so it can get the item in the slot. But the bag only lets me get the item in the slot and not the slot itself. You feel? Does that do any of the slot handling? No. Dot index method for the array. So I was hoping get or create slots would do that for me. So I passed in the items, the slot, like the backpack slot and the inventory from the backpack slot. But the contents doesn't match what's going on. So I think this is actually our lunchbox's inventory. Right, so we can return all the contents of the bag. Excellent. But, you know, I could try, we'll copy try eat begin over, and instead of slot, we can do item stack, right? And we could do that instead. And then instead of slot, we can do item. Okay. like this. And the only reason I don't like this is because it the only thing is I don't see how this is actually eating. You know? You don't have enough knowledge of code of being actually helpful. This is there's a problem with their API design. I think I complained about that enough yesterday. I don't think this is the right thing though. Try eat begin goes in a collectible. Right. First call. Because there's try eat step, right? Right, and this one's the actual eating. Seconds used. Try eat stop. Like there's a start stop, you know, whatever. What's the model making? A lunchbox automatically eat. You eat when your hunger is too low. Good API, especially since it's hard to change once it's out in the wild. Yeah. Yeah, it's people underestimate how difficult API writing is. Like just the act of writing the API, okay? Doing the docs for it, naming it properly, all of that's very difficult. And a lot of people underestimate how difficult that is. Source, I worked on an engine team for a very long time. Where I had to do API design and stuff, so try eat stop, try eat step. Okay, so stop is the one that actually feeds you. Slot mark dirty. What is seconds used for? It's greater than 1 second. Oh, I see. Is that it? Okay. So maybe we'll use try eat stop instead. Because that's the one that actually feeds you. Okay. Seconds used, we'll just put a 1 there. Slot, same problem. We'll deal with that. Player entity. This. And I think it's just item dot try eat stop. Item collectible. Cannot access protected member. So what if I create, let's just create a slot. Let's just make one. Right here. At the end of the day, I should really just. So we know the bag stack is this. Okay. And we know the, let's say the inventory base is for the item, which is a, let me see. Inventory? No. Does the bag have the inventory? Let's breakpoint here and see what we got. Okay, so the flexible interface is a lunchbox, which we already know. The item stack is a lunchbox. It is a backpack. So it has an object. Work on your own project, but you don't put where it's tedious. That's fair. I mean, you can always just do one item, right? The lunchbox. Do you have an inventory? No. Step over contents is null. Okay. Let me just. Yep. Yeah. Let's get some berries in here. I think I can just. There we go. And then we'll put, what is it? Game mode 2. What's 2? Creative? Survival. Okay. Let's put in some cranberries and blueberries. And we're gonna scream, but that's okay. So the contents is obviously item stacks. Cranberry and blueberry. You have the attributes, we have the item. How can I get the parent inventory? Because the inventory is attached to the slot, right? Hi, kitty. I'm doing great. You're gonna chill with something mindless? That's fine. Chill out. The item. That's just item information. Collectible. I'm focused. Yeah. We're trying to get work done. Collectible behavior lunchbox. Okay. Well, let me see. We do get the object. You know what I'm gonna do? We're gonna get the slots. And then we're just gonna do I can probably just make that public. It's fine. We're gonna cheat. Okay. We're gonna cache it when it does this. Right here. And then when we go over to here, we're going to get the collectible behavior lunch because we know it is this guy. And then the contents is going to be slots. No. Due to protection level? Okay. And then we can do for each, what is this? Slot. In contents, we'll do item stack. Okay, and we can do try eat. The slot is slot. And the player entity is player entity, and then maybe that will work. I wanted to avoid, I was hoping there was an API for it, but let's see. Yeah, okay, I'm screaming. 2. We'll get some berries. And then game mode 1. All right, are we gonna eat it? Nope. What's going on here? So for each slot in contents, okay. We get the item, blueberry. We try to eat it. Okay, step into. Oh. So blueberry is getting hit multiple times, but the amount's not going down. You want to brag that today in your office they will be serving pizza and wishing you a happy new year. Enjoy the pizza party. I hope it's good pizza. These symbols aren't loaded. Can we get it? No symbols have been loaded for the document. Clickable object is in API common. Is there a PDB file? Just checking. Crash reporter. Oh, there's one. Vintage story lib PDB. Can I load symbols? If symbols aren't loaded, check the symbol status to diagnose. In the modules window, give me a second, where's this? Visual Studio. Where's the modules window? Debug Windows module. Modules, okay. Let's see, vintage story, library, skip loading symbols. Load symbols. Symbols loaded. Vintage story API. Can you load those symbols, please? Vintage story DLL. Can you also load those symbols? Thank you. Okay, symbols are loaded. I need to move this window somewhere else. Can you go in there? Thank you. At the debug, no, because it has paths and stuff. Okay, I loaded symbols. Objects. What is going on? Continue. Step into. No, it's still not. What's going on? Vintage story DLL. Symbols are loaded. Oh. Can you load symbols for that? And VS Essentials, load symbols. What else? Creative mod? Sure, load those symbols. All right. No symbols have been loaded for the document. Okay. Let's continue. Can we step in? No. Okay, I'm just gonna copy the function because it's not loading. And I'm just gonna plop it down in here so I can step through what's going on. All right. Yes. Blueberry. Can we get a single one? Try, eat, stop. All right. Oops. Step into. What are we getting here? Nutrition properties. We do have nutrition properties. Oh, wait, they're null. When did that happen? About an hour ago. Will I ever be free? We don't know. We don't know. Okay. So nutrition properties is null. That's why it's not working. Get nutrition properties. What on earth does this do? The world. Nutrition properties of the item or block. So is this because it's being called on the lunchbox instead of on the blueberry? Let's see. It doesn't even use item stack. Block liquid container base. Block meal. Get nutrition properties. Return null. Get content nutrition properties. Liquid. Send that over to death. Boy. Okay, so maybe it has to be for the... What is the point of item stack then? Alright, let's look at try, eat. We got stop, begin. So try, eat, begin is... So maybe we just do held interact stop, because try eat stop is private. Maybe that's what we need. Float seconds used 1. The slot is slot. The entity is player entity. The block selection, I don't know what that would be. I just passed no. my goodness. Yeah. No, okay. Why is it not working? What's going on in here? Oh yeah, the symbols aren't loaded. Can you just load all the symbols? Load symbols. Cancel. All right. No. Okay. So on held interact stop. I wish I could breakpoint this. It doesn't seem to want to doesn't seem to want to breakpoint the API. Do I have to do item? Maybe? Well, actually, is there... Give item code. Is there a... It doesn't autocomplete. I wish it autocompleted. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, let's copy on held interact stop over. I wish I could breakpoint. I don't understand. I just want to eat it. There's a try eat. Why can't I eat? Okay. We come down here. For each one, if handling is prevent subsequent. Okay. Can book text and extra info in each and collectible behaviors. Okay. Try and eat it. Okay. And we can't because it's the lunch box it's trying to eat. Okay. And if I want this to work, it's not for some reason, and I can't breakpoint it. That's great. Okay. Where is this? Is in Vintage Story API. That's not very helpful. Okay, Wiki wasn't helpful. All right, wait. Okay, let's hit this. I have a feeling this is a Visual Studio problem. All right, so this should be in Vintage Story API. We're going to load the symbols. It says the symbols are loaded. Okay, so the Vintage Story symbols are loaded. Can we step into? No. So let's hit continue. We hit it again. No symbols loaded for document. That's lovely. Why? Okay, so why isn't like it says that it says the symbols are loaded. But it says that the breakpoint, no symbols have been loaded for the document. Because it's decompiled? But if I try to step into skipping loading symbols, module is optimized and the debugger option just my code is enabled. What is that? I knew it was Visual Studio. Visual Studio, just my code? What on earth is that? Debugging feature. Of course it's Visual Studio. Okay. Debugging, general, just my code. Go away. Okay, maybe that's the problem. I want to know why I can't eat blueberries. Yeah. Oop. Blueberry. that in here. Okay. Step into. Your step into request will result in automatic step over. Why is it doing automatic step over? I asked for a step in. Okay. This behavior can be overridden in the context menu for the line being executed by choosing step into specific. What is this? Who did this? Automatic step over? I don't want that. Tools option. Yes. Oh my god. Okay. Debug options. Step over properties and operators? No. Okay. We are now in collectible objects. Okay. Why is it highlighting stuff? I don't... Okay, step into. So, get nutrition properties. This is a common item. It is a blueberry. Get nutrition properties. Do we have nutrition properties? We do. Excellent. Okay, next. Seconds used is greater than... It's like 1, right? So we're lying, but we're exiting out, and that is because the wait. Try eat stop. Collectible object. Okay. The entity player's world is server world accessor. It's a client main. Entity world. Okay. Entity agent. Seconds used is greater than 0.95. That's true. And the opposite of true is false. So it's not going in because of that. And it's not going in because the nutrition properties don't exist, because those exist now. So then it has to be the world of the entity agent. And it's a client player. Okay, what is that? Entity agent world. What's a world? So what is a server world accessor? What's that? Does the world exist? Yes. You should not set or remove anything. Yes, of course. It just says that the entity's world is a client thing. So this returns false. So it returns. World accessor. What are our options here? Okay, so instead of calling to here, okay, let's just see what calls when you eat. Yep. It didn't call. No symbols have been loaded. Why has no symbols been loaded? That's lovely. That's because it's the decompiled version, but I want the actual version. How do I... I do have the source. Let me see. Can I just... Collectible object? Where's the file located? Collectible object? Or, oh no, it's just collectible, right? Okay, and then if I just go to try, eat, stop. Breakpoint will not be hit. The source code is different from the version built. It won't let me add a breakpoint. Are you? Boy. Oh, it is different. They did change it on main. Okay, well that's not helpful. Okay. Why is eating so difficult? Why is the player entity's world not correct? Like, what is going on here? So the world is a vintage story client main. What does a client mean? And then we get the player. Just hit down here. Okay. I wonder if it's... Oh. That's interesting. So if I place it down, we get a client main and then a server main. So I think we only want to to do this if it's the server. On held interact, maybe that's just the issue. Like it's calling once with client, calling once again with the server. So then we'd want do nothing. Okay. So let's try that. So it didn't call to it when we loaded in. But if we modify it, we'll play it back. Okay. And then let's put that in there. And when we're hungry, we get try, eat, stop. Okay. And it went down by 1. Do we have eating now? Wait a second. What is it at? 95? This gives 80? Yeah. It's eaten. So if we put this in the last one, if we split the stacks, actually, let's see. Yeah, it's decreasing it. So what we want to do is we have eating, guys, finally. Oh my god. We should probably also have it trigger the on held interact start. Because that should trigger the eating sound. The player entity, the block selection will do null, null. First event, true. Event handling, I think I just have to do like that. Is there any reason why the player might want it to go round robin instead of left first? Probably, but just do not handled. We'll see. I wanted to do left first for now. Hello, Lonely. Because, player, I think that you should be able to specify the order that you want things to be consumed in, right? Like, it gives a little bit more control, but it is nicer as like a utility, right? That it, you know, lets you pick the best one first, right? You're welcome. It's well, I mean, to be fair, when I first saw it, I said lonely, right? So Oh, my, no, I'm in. What's going on? Oh, that's right. It didn't register because it, yeah. Okay, now it's going. It's not triggering the eating sound effect. I don't know if there's any nutrition mechanics to use balance. Yeah, I'm not sure. But to me it just makes sense, like more max health. There's no negative. Yeah. Because, like, I feel like you could say, like, I want you to prioritize blueberries, right? And I only want to eat poisonous mushrooms that will kill me because that's literally all I have left, right? Okay, so I have to do something about the lunchbox. When we load into the world, if there's already a lunchbox, it doesn't get registered. Oh, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Oh, you're welcome. So if I do, give me a second. If I do a bowl of honey, let me just see if a bowl of honey. And we put it here. And then we do okay, that's fair. So it skips it. Okay. Let us save and leave world. So we have a couple issues. The first one is that the unmodified inventory slot doesn't work when we load in. Move, split, or merged. So when we load, our object, unloaded the API. Like obviously we have unloaded, but I want to know I guess unloaded will have to be the one. Right? Let me see. Unloaded. Called once the collectible has been loaded from server packet. Okay. So, let's see. We're gonna do base dot unloaded. So when do you get called versus this guy when we load in? So we're getting an unloaded. Okay. We're getting it a couple times. We're getting it again and again. Then we're getting down here, which is a client main and a client main. So API dot world. All right, let's see here. So we somehow need to register it when a player connects and they're like loaded in. Let's just see what the API's world is when it loads in. Is it always the server? Where's the world? Okay, server. Server. Then we hit the client. Probably the client is being updated at this point. And we get a client. World. do api.world dot we can get the players from the world, right? But so unloaded with the so we need the player that this belongs to when it's loaded. Can we get it from just the world? All right, so we have this item itself. I don't think it knows anything about what owns it. I mean, that makes sense, but like the collectible lunchbox behavior. Doesn't note anything either. And the world, see here, the world, obviously I have access to all online players. I'm just wondering. There's player data. No loaded entities. Let me see. Okay, we hit it again. This time it's the client side. So we can skip that. And then we hit the unmodified inventory slot on the client side. Ooh. All right, so the world access. Only available on the client. Can I get the server connection from the client? Returns the player running the client instance. Okay. This is what? Core client API. Controls all subcomponents and miscellaneous methods. World name is fully loaned. Despawn. Okay. The server world accessor. Core server. Which one's this? Core server API. Is there no like connection? Like if I have a client, can I not know what the server connection is? If you are currently on server or client, how do I get the other? You get the API. That's fine. Just wondering, what's the best way to do this? Because otherwise, when you save and leave, your lunchbox doesn't work again when you reload. Oh, that's food. What am I trying to get? So in order to have it eat, right, the player entity has to be on the server that triggered the thing, right? So when we modify the inventory slot, we check if the world is from the server or not, right? If it's from the client, we're not going to store any information because obviously we need the server one to do anything. But the thing is that when you start the game, this is only called by the client. And we can get the world from here, but we can't get the slot or the extracted stack or even like the player that has this lunchbox upon. So I was hoping if we had the client one, we could get the server one or something like that. I don't know. Are none of the messages called by the server when the client loads? This one is called by the server. But I don't know what player it belongs to. I don't know what slot. Do I even use slot? I don't even think I use this. Network communication here. Yeah. Yeah, probably. But the thing is that like, if we look at, I'm looking in like the API here. We get like the network, but oops. Client network API. Here we go. We can send but it doesn't seem like we can get like the server from the client. I mean, I could be, I'd be happy to be wrong. Hmm. Like, is there a get server? Mod data. That's it. Okay, well. That's not very helpful. Maybe we change how we're getting the player? Server core, okay. Then we get client. Um, yeah, and so it pretty much only calls the client a bunch. But when we take it out, we get the client and we get the server. And then we put it back and we get the client and the server. So it's a little annoying. Can we do maybe dot there? Because if it's a server world accessor, could we do returns IDs, iPlayer? Yeah, the entity. Agent's world. Yeah. All right, let's just save the API. And then we just do. Yep. So if we have the server, we have the server. Oops, that's the wrong one. This is a Minecraft. Well, I mean, it's not Minecraft, but okay. So we get the server API. And ads. Can we get the next player entity dot? There must be. Okay, so player by UID. So maybe we do server API dot world player by UID. So maybe, can we get the player, like, regardless? Let's see. Oop. I can't see. Didn't want to load in. Let's see. Try it again. Because maybe I can just sync across by UID. Player is null. Player entity is null though. Okay. Oh, server API is null. What's it ever called? Okay, server API is set. Then it is null. I might have more than one item. Okay, it's set. It's called twice. And then it's null. And then we get a player entity. But the server API is null. Huh. Let me just dispose of a few things. Save and leave the world. And if we go back in, we only have one now. So it loads in unloaded as server. Okay. It comes in, it hits, and it's server again. Then we hit client. And when we hit client, server API is null. We hit client again, it's null. Huh. What is going on? They must be different objects. The client doesn't do server thing. Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out why. Anyways, no, I'm just. How do we get the question is, how do we get the player entity that owns this object, right, on the server? Right. So here we filter and we say, hey, if this isn't the server, I don't care, don't bother, because this only works with server, right? And over here, when we load in, we can get if it's a server or not, right? But this doesn't get called on server. So somehow we have to get the player that this item belongs to from the server, I think. And register it. I think. Like we know it's loaded on the server, but what does it belong to? Don't know. Is it even in a backpack slot? Don't know. We do get the world here. So, oop. So we do have access to the world. It does say it's server. The parent inventory is the player backpack, so we can get the player it belongs to. And we do have the object as well. Here. The lunchbox. So we could configure a second. So we could configure it from here instead. We need the world, and we need the player entity. Right. Although to make things easier, we could just use inventory. Right. And then if the world is not that, we return. could do that. And then we go over to here. Slots is equal to bag contents. Configure auto eat for our object. Right, which should be, what is it? This is obviously for lunch boxes, so maybe instead of putting that there, we just do inventory base. Lunchboxes, yep. Inventory base. Inventory. So we configure auto eat there, and then we configure the auto eat here. We use parent inventory. Okay. Maybe it worked now. Making in terms of mods. Well, we'll see if it works, then I'll explain. Okay. Continue. Okay, so we have 57. If we do it work? I think it worked. Okay, thank God. Oh, it's working. Okay. So basically, I'm making a storage container called lunchbox that lets you, when your hunger goes below a certain amount, it auto eats from the inventory. And we got it working. Like if you move it around, right, it will still work. So you can see 55 there, and then we just go here and I set it, and now we're at 54. But the problem is that you had to pick it up and move it once you load it in. Otherwise it wouldn't work. So yeah. So now it's working like that. My concern right now is that The backpack might not be on you when you load in, and it would still auto eat. So let's test that out. I think I can. Is that what, 54? Okay, so it's at 54. We're gonna save and leave the world, and then we're gonna go back in. It should be on the ground. If I set my hunger, it shouldn't eat. Okay. Oh, it didn't update. Oh, that's excellent. So we should starve. Come on. I'll give it a sec. Oh, there we go. It gave me an extra second. All right, so we're starting to starve. I'm gonna pick this up. And we auto ate from it immediately. If I put it down again, and we just set it did not auto eat. And we should starve again. Well, whenever it takes. Oh, it may not. Oops. 15. I'll just. I want to starve. Let me starve. It's not ticking anymore. I broke it. What is? Get up. 52. Put it down. Do we have the tick going again? The tick is broken. Okay. Is the tick working? No. Does the command break it sometime? Apparently. This is news to me. The tick is just gone now. Okay, well, apparently you can break it if you set it to like a fractional value. Yeah, it doesn't tick anymore. Maybe we just... change game modes, maybe? What? I broke the game. I broke the game. Someone tell the devs about that one. Don't tell them about my exploits. Maybe a full game restart? Yeah, okay, we'll try that out. Don't tell them about my exploits. Tell them when I break the game, okay? I mean, I could make a new creative world. It's not a big deal. Mm-mm. 14. Is it gonna tick down? 12. Okay, it's ticking again. Okay. Thank God. Okay. I want to starve. Starve. Okay, so don't set it to a fractional value. Don't do 0.001. Just do 0.01. It'd be a real game-breaking bug. Yeah. What are the warnings? Oh, that's fine. Okay, so 7. Okay, let's have 4. We pick it up. Breakpoint is hit. It's fine. It's up. We put it down. We tick down. We're ticking down. Is that 82? It's not ticking down anymore. Is it this? Okay, so when we eat, we become immortal. Lovely. I don't think it was doing that before. It just doesn't tick anymore. Oh, it is ticking. Maybe fixing the code. Yeah, well, it is ticking, but it's not. What are we doing? Yeah, the current saturation is above. Okay, cool. Behavior hunger. So it's ticking but not showing visual. Yeah. Let's see. Where's my basket? Okay. What are we at? 14? We're ticking down. Yep, we're at 5 now. Pick it up. We ticked. We ate. We're at 85. And we aren't ticking anymore. But if I go into the breakpoint, it's 85.19055. Gotta get some sleep. Well, thank you for joining. Thank you. Was it doing that before? Okay, so it went down to 74. Oh, wait. It's ticking down. Wait a second. Thank you for following. Oh, it started ticking down again. 67. Wait. Am I just losing my mind? Okay, it's not updating. If I break point, we get that it's at 95. Still at 95. Oh, now it's at 94. Does it maybe after you eat? Let me just rule this out. Is it, there may be a pause. Okay, so we're at 80. And we're at 159. Okay, so it seems like after you eat, you get like a period of time that it doesn't go down by. I feel like I've been told this. Okay, that's not me then. Okay, that's not me. Great. So this is working as expected now. Oh my God. Okay. Meals, in my experience, 100 DK is inconsistent at the best of times. I see. So played sound. Okay, so let's work on the bowl, right? Like the bowl has food in it. This isn't working for some reason, so we'll ignore it for now. So if the food item has that, it will continue. We know that the we're using a food slot, which is it a meal container, right? Meal pauses hunger decay by 30 seconds for every 100 saturation of the meal. I see. Okay, so is it a meal container? If it is a meal container, then Let me see. What does the bowl do? Serve into bowl. Servings, maybe set servings, get servings. Block crock. Cook container. Block meal. Is it considered a meal? Block meal. Block crock. Liquid container top opened? Huh. Okay, so we do have a collectible object. Okay. Get nutrition. Nutrition properties, right? I think there was like a subclass, like get nutrition content or something. Get nutrition properties. World in slot item stack content. Yeah. So liquid container base might work because it overrides it, but I think a block meal let me see. If we go over to here, let's just see what type, like a bowl with honey is. All right, so our slot is a blow. It's a bowl that's been blue fired. Okay. Our item is, what type are you? Collectible object. Block behavior. Nope. It doesn't have nutrient props, obviously. If I did, get nutrition properties instead. Oh, that doesn't help if it's the wrong one. So we can do hi Holly. So this is the entity is the player entity. The world is the world. The slot is slot. And that is for the item. Oop. So what's in food nutrition properties? Oh, it has this. So we could just do nutrition here. Rather than right? They have a couple different ways to get saturation, which is a little not great, but pick it up. We put our honey in. What do we got here? Nutrition. It does have nutrition properties. It does have it. So it continues and we've eaten it. Yay! We can eat out of bowls. Can we eat out of bucket? Hot water. Oh my. Ale. Put that there. Oh, it doesn't store. That's interesting. It's not considered a food container. Well, meal container. Let me add that to the to-do list. Let's see. It is bucket with juice. Doesn't work. Okay, Holly wants out. I'll be back in a sec. Enjoy. All right, dog has been let out. I do wonder, if we have a meal without a bowl, does it eat? Because it shouldn't, but, you know. Okay, so. Can we just type in meal? No. What if we do like a bucket of honey, maybe? No. Do I really have to cook? Turn up. Oops. That's a lot. Anyways. Let's just make turnip and then. In case I need the water. Fire? Old fire pit? There we go. Oh. Whoops, wrong one. Oop. Alright, so we got that. I don't have it. They figure. Huh. we get one of these. Oh, that doesn't fit. Oh, that's interesting. Oop. That does. This doesn't. Huh. Dark brown ceramic bowl of vegetables. Well, it was different. We go to our food slot and we check if we can store it. Why doesn't it work? It doesn't have any of that. It's not a meal container. Huh. What is it? The collectible is a bowl blue meal. Okay. Which means that it's a collectible object. Class is block meal. Okay, so it's a meal. I guess a meal is well, a meal is not a meal container. I suppose that makes sense. Huh. So then I wonder if we can just use make they get nutrition properties instead. Anyways, that doesn't work. Oh, what about a wooden bucket? What is that considered? It is a block bucket. Okay, well, yeah. We can drink from it. False. And it's not a meal container. Okay, well. False. But you can drink from it. Alright. So given that, we have 4 servings of turnip stew. If we do no pointer exception. Okay. So it did look at the crock and it's like, no, you don't have nutrition properties. Well, I guess that's because it's a meal. Okay. It will crash now. There we go. So just do that. So let's look at this first. The food slot. So we need to get the world and the entity. Do we though? Well, meal automatically returns null. Well, no, we can get the entity from the slot. That's fine. Right, we get the slot. Goodness. Over here. We do slot.inventory and then we do and then we do player entity right there. So if we do that instead, does the bowl with meal go in? Maybe. I may have to recreate it because it crashed. Oh no. Nope, doesn't go in. Is this going? It does. Is this going? Oh, it does now. Okay, bucket goes in now. This doesn't. I think that's because meals don't. Okay, well, bucket's going now. Water buckets don't. Okay, so since that goes in there, there. But it eats the whole bowl. Oh no. Okay, it went down by 1. Good. That's kind of expected behavior. Let me just do that a few times. Put that there. What are we at? 6? I want to know what happens if 4, 3, 2, 1. Empty. Okay, it's still in the inventory. It wasn't kicked out on the ground. That's good. And we're at 15. Okay. Okay, so actually, since it keeps the item in it, it doesn't toss it on the ground. We could, I don't know why that's not fitting, get rid of that rot requirement. Right? We don't care if it's rot or not. So let's see. Let's This is amazing progress. I feel like it's going too slow. This shouldn't be this complicated. I know it's a code base I don't know anything about, but like, feels like it's going too slow. I feel like get nutrition. Let's see. Yep. And nutrition properties is no on the meal. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so that means that let's go over to block meal. Okay. Block meal. I mean, to be fair, I know that I could just use block meal, but block meal, here we go. Meal container, entity meal container, block meal. Okay, so what happens when we one nutrition? Okay. On held interact start, try held begin eat meal. Get content nutrition properties. Okay, so that's what it's using. Try continue eat meal. Try finish eating meal. What happens with, does it actually tick down? No. Start animation. Seconds used. Get content nutrition properties. Okay, so that's what we need for meal. I don't know why they have that in two separate things. Like, why is it not, you know? So meal container, we still want to be able to go in there. And then we check meal. So as block meal. Nutrition, content, nutrition properties. Oh, it's an array. I'm still up. You went to sleep and woke up again? Shh. How's the modding going? We're making progress. Slowly but surely. Making progress. When we... Yeah, we just do world slot entity. Okay, that's fine. Food slot, world slot entity. What is it? World in slot. Oh goodness. They don't want the item stack for this one. They just want this. What exactly are you modding? Lunchbox that auto feeds you when it empty. Yeah. Try held begin eat meal. Try place begin eat meal. Try continue eat meal. Finish eat meal. He's the client? Oh, if it is the client. Or the seconds is less than 2. Huh. Okay, well, That's good to know. I guess we'll just check for null for here. Let's see if can we make this easier? If food item has or nutrition props does not equal null. That's fine. Let's see. Does the meal fit into the bag now? Exception. No, what? Where? No, no pointer exception. Why? Oh, the player entity is null. Backpack inventory is null. Okay, so let me see. Instead of pulling from this, we'll just do inventory. Oh boy. It fits now. Excellent. Excellent. Alright, cool. So what we are going to do is go down to here. Okay. So basically, can it eat out of Crocs? Well, we're about to find out. Well, actually, let's start with the bowl with food because it's a meal, right? It's a block meal. And that's in our to-do. Okay, so this is meal container isn't very useful yet, so let's just comment that out. So, for nutrition props, it's not equal enough. Okay. And if it has nutrition, feels like cheese. Yeah, no, we're gonna make sure that we can't do that. Okay, so we can just use world here. Okay, so slot may be null here. We already checked for it. Okay, so that's that. Let's see what happens. Okay, so we have that in there. We're gonna do entity, what is it? Did not eat out of it. And why is that? So try to finish eating the meal. Okay, let's step in. The seconds used is 1. Oh, okay, that's why. Meals need 2 seconds. Let's just stop. It's strange that they need slightly different amount of time eating, but whatever. Just do 2 seconds. I'm not sure if that eats 2 things of berries or not, though, but we'll find out. Is the world spinning because I'm hungry? I've never noticed that. Okay, it ate it. Good. Good. Okay. So that's fine. Let's put a croc in here. And let's see what happens. So the croc does not have nutritional value. So that's good. What I want to do is if we have a bowl and a crock, I want that to go down by 1. So that's where the meal container part comes in. Because a crock should return true. So I think Croc has its own, like, block, yeah. So I think what we want to do is, so we're going in order. Okay. Right. If the slot is null, I don't care. We're going to continue. We're going to get the item. If item so if it is a croc, then yeah, so first croc. So if and the item is a croc, first croc is equal to item as the croc, and we continue. Right. But we should check if the croc is empty, right? Um, is there not just a normal, like, is empty? Um, Okay, so is empty. I guess we just check is empty with the stack. Whatever the stack is. What would the item stack be? Why is there not just the Boolean? It might, okay. It might just be, so first croc is item as a block croc. Okay. If the first croc dot is empty and the stack, the slot item stack, although at this point it's not null. Maybe null here. It's not. Okay. Anyways, if the first croc is empty, then we're just going to reset this to null. Because we don't want to stash it. Cool. So what we want to do is if let's just see if it finds it. It should, but you know. Okay, so we did find the first croc. Okay, cool. So if it is null, okay, so we found a croc and it's valid. Is it a valid croc? Else, if the first croc is not null. Let's see. All right, is it a croc? That's the first question. if it is a crock, then I want to know first crock is not null. We've already found a crock to eat out of. Continue. Otherwise, we're going to convert it. We're going to check if it's empty. And then we will continue. Crock check. Crock check. There we go. Then we're going to do bool check. Right, and that is meal container. I think. Because a bowl isn't anything special, is it? Serve into bowl. I guess it just checks if it's a meal container. All right. So if that's the case, then we can just do this meal container. What is it? Collectible. Object? Yeah. If it is a meal container, meal container is equal to our item. All right. And so what we'll do is let's see. Continue, continue, continue. I guess we can skip that, right? If first crock is null, we continue here. You can tell it's getting late. Thank you for following. You can tell it's getting late because my brain is slowing down. I should really sleep soon. Let me see. If we have a meal container and we have a crock, and then I think oh, it wants the shift key. I think I can just serve into the bowl, right? It must be in the parent. One sec. In the parent. Any selected block is the meal container. The block position. How important is that block position? Pot slot. That's annoying. Can you? You can serve with a crafting recipe, right? Instead of using blocks. Whoop. You can't. Oh. Well, you can click on it. I don't think it's in this one. Oh, bowl slot, pot slot. Perfect. Serve into stack. That might be what I'm looking for. So the item slot for the bowl. That's annoying. Okay, so we need the slots. Crock slot and bowl slot. The crock is the item as a block crock. If the crock is empty, we should do not empty, then crock slot is equal to slot. All right. If it's a meal container and the bowl slot is null, then the bowl slot is a crock. So just slot. Now I think this might fail, but we'll see. And we basically do if bowl slot is not equal to null and crock slot crooks. Those are some words. Does not equal to null, then the crock is the bowl slot is bowl slot, and the pot slot is this one. And the world is world. And then the item would be the bowl slot well, actually, let's just break here. So if I put that there, it eats it. Great, excellent. We can go like that. We have 3 servings. Let's do, what is it? Player. Okay. Bowl slot is a bowl. Crock slot is a crock. We step over. It returned true. Okay, so that worked. And then we continue. Hawk was no. Okay, apparently it worked, but apparently it broke. Yes, so I ate. They're both empty and I got nothing. What, I emptied it. What does this do? Oh, did it just do it a bunch of times over and over again? It might have done that. It might have done that. We get it. Goes into it. The crock slot is blue fired. Whole slot is blue fired. What? Okay. Anyways. Well, this looks like a tomorrow problem. At least it's like we're like 75% of the way there. We got eating meals. We've got drinking out of barrels. We just need to get bolts and crocks working. And that would be nice. Fast as hell? Really? Someone's up like, PV, go away. Shh, shh, go away. Shh. Don't. You can't tell me anything. Not you. Not you. I bet this mod fast. Is this fast? I don't know. It feels slow. Also, there's so much cleanup I have to do after. Oh. Alright. Morning stream. I have things to do. So highly likely it's not happening. Highly likely it's not happening. If it does, it'll be super, super short. So we'll see. And then I kind of want to finish this instead of doing Gatela tomorrow. Tomorrow night. So we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, tomorrow day stream probably isn't gonna happen just because I have some things to do that came up during the day. So, you know, that's always you know, fun. But we'll see. We'll see. But oh my god, I can't believe we're above 24 hours again. Oh my god. All my hard work today. How many hours did I stream today? 10.5 hours. Almost the whole day, and you deleted it all. All of that effort. If we're being real, last person should tell people asleep or question why they're up late. It's okay. It's nice to see you, PB. It's been a while. It's nice to see you. Yeah, so we pretty much, for this, we have to do Crocs. I'm just going to put to do Crocs. Obviously, we have to test out a bunch of, like the pies and stuff. And then we have to make a recipe to make it, and also make the model actually, like, work. Those two things I've already figured out. I just have to do it. This is by far the worst part of it, because it feels like I'm dealing with something that is okay as a code base, but definitely not good. The code base is not beautiful. It's not elegant. The API is not elegant. Good to see me. Thank you. It's very... The nutrition is a really good example right here. Get nutrition properties, get content nutrition properties. Like, the bucket can figure out that it should get the nutrition properties from the content, not from the bucket. But the croc can't figure that out. So now you have to do this. Like, this is an example where it's like, or like, you can access the attribute directly in order to get the information, but it's better to do this because that's what's actually used when you eat. Like, it feels like you can do the same thing multiple ways. Which is a problem. So, eating is not easy. Why do I have to put a magic number for it to eat it? You know? You know, we'll get there. We'll get there. But yeah, there's a lot of places it could be improved. I'm gonna wanna clean this up after too. Like even the where is it? Like here, the fact that I have to store the API. I don't know if I need this, but do this. Configuring the auto eat from here, or the slots like right here, this change. Literally just, this is all I changed. This is all copied code. It hurts the soul. But yeah, it's fun. So we're 75% done, which is good. So we're making progress. All right, let's see who's live. Probably no one. Let's be real. Probably no one. No one. No one's alive. Oh. Everyone's like, peace out. I'm off for the rest of the year. Meanwhile, I'm like, I'm going to do a subathon for the rest of the year. Oh, goodness. Someone's been streaming for 35 hours? Oh, my God. I don't know who to raid. We're not raiding anyone. I'm tired. Okay. Yeah, so keep it on Discord. Realistically, the morning stream is not happening just because I have things to do. But I will see you 9 p.m. today, for sure. So, we'll probably finish this up. Hopefully. We'll see. Alright. Good night. Goodbye, everyone. Sleep tight. Or have a good day. See you in less than 24 hours. Goodbye.